with additions. Councilor Stillberg.
I'll give a motion to approve the agenda with the additions.
Okay.
Can I just like to have a little bit of discussion on some of the roads go forward. Just a little bit of an update if I could. I think that's familiar with my concern, but.
Would that be old business or would it be?
No, I think it's new business because
7.3. 7.3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else?
My motion would include that addition as well.
Okay, thank you. So that was road conditions or roads go forward?
No, just roads conditions currently.
Okay, a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Minute approval. We had our regular council June 14th, 2023. Our special council meeting minutes were June 22nd, 2023. Special council meetings June 28th, 2023. And committee of the whole minutes June 22nd, 2023. Any questions on any of them? Councilor Gender? Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. We have public hearing at 1 p.m. Our delegations, our first in-camera delegation is at 10:30. And then we have a delegation for the ASB bursary recipient at 11:45. And so the first items are 7.1 community associations. Councilor Gender.
I'd like to have just a little bit more information on how these associations, how they may differ, what to really expect, say like in future, say like if they do fold, on how we're going to disband them. I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of information on them.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think one of the tools that council has, if you're worried about community assets leaving the area, would be with your grant funding. If they apply for the special rec funding and you issue it to them, there should be a condition that if they fold or they decide not to operate it anymore, that it either gets turned back to the county or it goes to another community association doing the same sort of thing.
Councilor Stevens and Councilor Grover.
I agree that we should look at the rec policy and try and get that updated. In my opinion, if we're going to be a partner with some of these nonprofit groups, then if they dissolve for whatever reason, lacking in volunteer base, could be financial, dozens of reasons, then there is at least a duty to consult with the county, and that's just part of being a partner. So I do think that we should be updating our policy go forward.
Councilor Grover.
I've been thinking about it, quite a bit about it. I think if they're accepting money from rec, that we should put a caveat against the assets that they have. It's the only way you're going to have any grounds or feet to stand on if it comes to a thing, so that they don't tear them all down and sell them on.
Councilor Everett.
Well, I think on a go forward basis, it is warrant to have some discussion about a good policy makes good governance. And I think we've learned that there's a situation that maybe there's a little bit of policy that's lacking in this. If it's operational stuff, like if we're paying the power and gas bill, I don't know you put a caveat on any of their assets, but if they're purchasing assets and we're help funding that, maybe there's an issue to that. I don't know, but like I said, on a go forward basis, let's look at it.
My theory wasn't to put it on gas bills and stuff like that. It would be the hard assets that are at a arena, a ball diamond, whatever, would be on the hard assets.
If we paid for it.
Yeah, if we put money into it, you put it on there. Yeah, that only makes common sense.
Which we did start to talk about that at the last committee of the whole. That was the one.
Yeah. I just wanted to put it in your, while we're talking about it, so that people know where we're going with it.
Councillor Pender?
I just would like to ask Lorraine on whether she could explain to us like the different types, because I believe that there are different types, some that we own land, some we don't, different buildings. If I could possibly just ask Lorraine to put her in, please.
Mr. Chairman, do you want that today or do you want that at a future?
I've already asked her this morning about it.
Oh, okay, so at a future date, I think this goes to a larger discussion about going forward and having that.
But even if we get kind of the basis, and like, there's different ones, we own the land, someone else owns the land, they own the buildings. I'd just like to ask Lorraine to explain just.
I think that's a pretty extensive discussion to have.
We can ask Lorraine like that.
I can just give you a quick overview. So yeah, the rec facilities in the county, there's different scenarios as Councillor Gender was stating. We have some rec facilities that are on county land that are on county land. We have some rec facilities that are on village land, like Village of Big Valley, Denelda, and then we have some facilities that are on their own land. So the rec facilities that we are funding all have different scenarios, I guess, and they're all nonprofits or charitable organizations, but the land that they sit on is different depending which ones. And we could, I was just digging up the operational assistance policy just before I came in, and yeah, we don't have really any statements in there as to, if organizations fold or what our plan is after that. So I guess there's definitely some changes that could be done to the operational assistance policy.
I'd like to be cognizant that we don't have the pendulum swing too far. So there is a small struggling hall in my area. They own the building and the lot. They are considering a sale and using all the proceeds for the same area. I'm not sure if we want to stand in their way if they're not viable and they're going to use all the proceeds for the same sort of use in the area. So that's why I would like these groups to come in and have a conversation when they're considering this sort of thing so we can discuss it. But I don't want the pendulum to go too far the other way and handcuff them either. If they're not viable and they're looking at dissolving and returning that to the community, some of those may need to happen. The second thing, we are looking at our assets. So Lorraine's getting the condition of all the facilities, who owns them. She is undertaking that this summer. We should have an update.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, why doesn't council kick the policy back to administration, and Andrew and Lorena, I'll take a look at it. I was thinking maybe get some input from the recreation board and then bring it to the September committee of the whole meeting for council to look at. That work.
If we put money into this small hall that's gonna dissolve and all that, I think we should have a say in where it goes when it does. Thank you.
That can be discussed at committee of the whole.
What's that?
I'd say that can be discussed at committee of the whole or at the
No. that's right.
devolution if
I
it's
think
going
we
back
have
into
to- I think we
something,
have to have that talk, though,
goes back into the community then.
if we've been putting money into it.
Okay, so Vet, do we need a motion to bring
Sure.
for administration? Councillor Stevens?
I will make the motion that we instruct administration to look at our rec policy and bring back some options to committee of the whole in September. And also bring this up at the next rec board meeting to get some input from them as well.
Any other comments? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.2, importing feed, I put this on. They had a call from some producers in Manitoba that were looking at how to get feed here, which would be very reasonable cost. But the transport, I think I have to talk through, Department of Agriculture, our agriculture minister, because, Painter is also in the same predicament. And you just look on buy and sell feed on Facebook or Kijiji, and it's people looking for feed. The only thing being is if we're bringing it in from other provinces, we're gonna have to look at how it's transported, what else it could contain, and basically have stuff cleared or do something that, that there's a procedure that people have to follow to ensure that we're not bringing in pests or weeds. But it was, the calls we had from the producers, it was, they could ship in about 500,000 ton feed, and Alberta's a big buyer of their feed already, so it does come here. But they're concerned when they start seeing the prices or the amount of cattle hitting the auction market, because a lot of that land, that's what it's good for, is grown hay. And they don't want to lose a long-term market either, so. But, so that would be, I don't know if we get our ag board in contact with the vet, or do we put a letter to the Minister of
I would think
Agriculture asking if there's going to be any assistance for bringing feed in?
Yeah, did you, special areas declared a state or a ag disaster? They're asking for program assistance like they had before between Canada and, well, the feds and the province. I would say that we should, put a letter together similar regarding the feed for Manitoba and send it to the same parties.
I got Aaron over.
Just received a bit of an update from Ryan Hallett, who sits on the DMAG committee. So far, AFSC is not looking at any agri-stability programs like in 2021. However, their next meeting is July 18, and they're going to try and push for some sort of assistance that way. But right now, AFSC is saying, look at the poor crops, use those for feed. So at this point, there may not be any assistance like there was before. So we're going to have to try and maybe be a little more creative with our letter, with our ask, to see what we can get. I think I received the same phone call that you had from a producer in Manitoba.
No, and it's they're looking for their market too, but it was 6 1/4 pound, so they weren't 1,500 pound bale, you're going to be $90 type thing, or $90 to $100. Yeah,
That's great.
Councilor Nyberg and then Councilor Grover.
Mr. Clark, I think that back, was it 2002 when we had the other drought it got to the point where you were buying hay from wherever you could, weeds or not weeds, and I don't know if there was anything that the county necessarily, and if there's anything we can actually do about it. If a producer in Alberta wants to talk to a producer in Manitoba and they make the deal, that's really between them. You, as a good producer, you try to keep weeds out, but as a good producer and you got to feed animals, you're taking what you can get lots of times, unfortunately. And I've bought hay, unfortunately, out of the West Country, and I've brought weeds in, and I've bought hay out of the West Country that was gorgeous and no weeds. I've bought hay here that has had weeds in it. So they are a fact of life, unfortunately. But I'm not I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if this is. I think it's due diligence to send a letter, but I'm not so sure if we can do much to help on the weed end, as much as maybe send some information or post some information of what's, like, lots of that stuff you won't even know. In a feed sample, you won't know if it's heavily, right? Queen?
The only other thing we can try and encourage our local producers to do, and it's not always a good decision because it means a lot to them, but livestock prices are really high right now. Maybe we should be encouraging to sell at a higher call rate, not saying dispersal, but a higher call rate, get their numbers down to where they can match some of their feed that they have. I know it's not always it's not an easy thing to do. You talk about a guy that's built a herd since 2002, and they put their heart and soul into it, and then they got to sell half of it off. That's not always an easy decision, but you know, there's two options. You bring feed in to match your livestock, and then you sell livestock to match your feed and hope that you kept some good genetics to rebuild over the next how many years. And it's a tough decision, but we can look at, I can partner up with Nikki, and we can try and put out an article or two on feed choices and you know, maybe where we can try and find some feed and what we should look at and
Thank you, Councilor Grover. And then
I thought when they went through sheep, they killed all the seeds.
It does. So it is actually one of the good things that I have. I still get them in. They'll live on it actually quite well. So any of your hay that you don't want, let me know. I'll pick it up at a reasonable price.
The last time that we had this here fiasco in 2002, one of the bigger problems was that the states paid the trucking to take it to Montana. And there was hay coming out, and they didn't care where they bought it. They bought it up at Grand Prairie, they bought it in northern Alberta here, and it made the situation worse. But the guys in Montana and down there, their country paid for the trucking. So it was an unfair advantage to the producers here. And I don't know, I'd like to see that, or maybe we should have somebody from Ag Service Board there checking every load and rejecting them to go across the border if they're down there, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, just to cull the herd, that's the easy way out. The numbers aren't real big right now anyhow. But to get us through just 1 year, I think rather than that, we should think about maybe the provincial government and which Quentin, your body puts pressure on them to pay some of the trucking, or they can, maybe write off some crops that there's lots of them. Yeah, they got rain now, but they're not going to mount to a hill of beans. And you cut them for feed, but they pay out their crop insurance, and they do it earlier than crop insurance usually does. They usually leave it till, you got, oh wow, I got a 6 bushel wheat crop. If you cut it now when it was nice and green, you would get some production out of it. And I think that's more where we should be putting the pressure on them to get with to the provincial government, to our ag minister. And we got the finance minister too, so we can cut the check and leave it here on the way home. Get with it and get that going right now, rather than suggesting that they cull the herds down. Some people that I know have spent a whole lifetime building up a herd for nothing, and then you want them to cull half the herd. Some people didn't manage their grass very well. Some had to pasture down because that's what they had. But I think we should look at them two options before we go culling the herd. Thank you.
Councilor Stolberg got something, and see you, Gus.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I think that's our first step, is to contact the Minister of Agriculture for feed transportation assistance. And I'm willing to make that motion that we draft a letter to the Minister of Agriculture requesting a feed transportation assistance program, and also have Quentin with his contacts through Brian, sits on that other board, to bring our concerns to that AFSC meeting on July 18th, so that we're at the table with our suggestions at that one as well.
Basically, the same. As I thought with this offer of feed, that, it should be prudent for us to send a letter to ministers asking for transportation assistance.
You got a motion on the table, we'll vote on that, and then I'll talk about it.
The motion that is on the table is to send a letter and to take information for Quentin to take our represent us at the 18th meeting with AFSC. Before Councilor Grover.
In that letter, Les, would it be to also put in there that they write off some of these poor crops so they could put them up for feed?
You can take all suggestions.
That would be through the AFSC side, I think.
Yeah, but when we're sending the letter to them that we want to rate and maybe write the crops off, because some of them are good.
I know there's a big piece in this, and in our package today further on, there's a letter from special areas where they're outlining a lot of those good suggestions as well. And I think when we get to that correspondence piece, I think we should probably somehow draft another letter of support on those things for special areas, because I think there is strength in numbers, and if they hear it from more than one municipality, it may carry more weight. So I think we'll address that one there.
We have a motion on the table. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Nemeth.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we better not forget about is the mental stress that our farmers are going to be having over the next little while. I think maybe if we're sending a letter, it would be prudent for us to contact, I think they have a Minister of Rural Mental Health now, or I'm not sure exactly what his title is. But I think it's imperative that we also look at that portion of it. This is the stressful time, and typically farmers, we don't necessarily talk about those stresses. They go kind of unchecked, and we don't want to talk about our problems. That's just the way we are. Anyways, but I think it's important that we focus on that. And I think one of the things the Ag Service Board can do is put out some messages about that, and just to have that opportunity to talk about it, right?
I believe Battle River Research is having a thing on.
Yeah.
July 17th.
Yeah, and just recently, I can't find it at this moment, but just recently our FCSS director, Shelley Walker, had sent out some things on rural mental health as well, where there's actually farmers can talk direct one-on-one with sort of like people that understand their problems, like people that fully understand agriculture. It's totally geared towards agriculture. And I can get that information to Nikki as well, because it's a free, and I think sometimes it's easier maybe if people are getting a little desperate, that if they can pick up the phone and talk to an ag person rather than someone that has no clue what they're talking about. I think it goes a lot further. So I'll get that information to you.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I don't necessarily need to make a motion. We'll just have instruct administration to look at the opportunities that are out there for mental health.
Regarding mental health, but our government does sit and say that we're a food producer. Agriculture is a big, important part of our business. Well, it's in dire need right now, and the culling of the animals to go back to what Quentin said. There's a lot of the older producers, if they cull, they're going to go out of business. And that's been a real thing, is the age of the average producer when it comes to livestock is getting older and older. So you start losing off of that, and it may be just broke land after that too. Okay, we've got a delegation, in-camera delegation at 10:30. We're over here, okay. Okay,
I'll take us in the camera, Mr. Chairman.
all in favor? Carried. You said we have a request for decision on it?
It's in your in-camera package, the tax agreement.
So do you want to deal with that right now, Mr.?
I think we probably should.
Okay, for 7.1, or no, 7, what is it?
It would be moving.
6.1.
It would
I'm not sure how we would write that. Did we go with, can we say the percentage?
Yes, you must say the percentages. You need to
Okay.
be quite explicit in its motion.
So it'd be 14.1.
What's that?
14.1.
Oh, there is. Okay, sorry. If you want to, we can deal with it right now, Mr. Chairman, or however you like.
14.1.
We need a motion then?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we, see if I could get to, what page is it on, Andrew?
In the in-camera package, it is page 3.
I can flip over.
Sorry, it was there just a second ago.
You want and or Andrews?
Or you got there.
No, I got it. Okay.
Good, put it over here.
It's on page 14 of the in-camera? No. Okay, I would make a motion that we offer a tax forgiveness for 80% for the tax roll 2022 and 2023 years on 581400.
Can we specify that it is the municipal?
Yes, just the municipal tax.
And they're responsible for the rest of the
Requisitions?
requisitions?
And the penalties are forgiven.
Yeah, penalties are.
You have that, Michelle?
Got some version of it that eventually I'll make better.
As long as we know what we're voting on is the best that you have, that would be good. Okay. Any other good questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Grover and Counselor Stevens opposed? Carried. Okay, 7.3, council's request for information, road conditions. Counselor Nyberg brought that today.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just, a couple of things that I'd like to just get a little bit of an update. I know Joe's not here and I apologize for that. Remember we purchased that, reclaimer go forward? And it was supposed to take the edges off the road. I noticed some of my roads, there's quite a bit of lips and edges, and Yvette and I have already talked about this. We got to talk to some of our grader operators again that's leaving it on. And then also I did have an individual phone me that there's some of that crap gravel that's still out there. And I did phone and apologize to this young lady, because I'll be honest, I drove out there and my wife went,
Gravel.
yes, it was scrap gravel, or very lack thereof, and my wife was less than impressed with me as taking her vehicle. I should have probably taken mine, but it's still in the shop being fixed.
Well, I can't speak to the reclaimer. I'm not 100% sure. I do know that we've got the grade mower running on the grader, and it's doing a fantastic job. And yes, I'm eating crow. But so I would imagine that after that's done, they might come through with the reclaimer. But we kind of haven't been graveling a lot. A lot of it stemmed from putting the big rock on the road that we wanted to beat into the top, and then it got so dry that, you know, we were just making the washboard worse. So I spoke with Dan yesterday, and we do have funds in the budget for graveling, and we're starting to assess the roads that need the gravel, and we're going to get it on it. We've got gravel that we crushed at the shop pit, which is the 1 inch that we're using and having great success. That's on 40-4 and the Bar Harper Road. And we also have inch gravel in the storm pit we crushed last year because we were done. We couldn't get any more gravel out of bridges. So we're also into that pile. We're looking at doing a big crush next year, probably in the storm and in the Collins pit. But yeah, we got to get some gravel on these roads. And so we've been waiting for it to get wet. It's wet. And because of the lower quality gravel that's been put on the roads, of course, we're seeing them and they're not doing so well. Also with the bridges, we've got greater training taking place again in August. We have 3 operators ready to go, and the guy that we've used last year saw a significant difference in our roads after he had been out. They tend to go along really well, and then they kind of, I think maybe when they get challenged because of the wet yuck that's on the roads, they tend to go back to their old way of doing things. So Dan was going to speak with them today and try and get the bridges on there.
There's an operator that had the training last year in my area that was cutting washboard wonderful this morning after that big rain we had.
Yeah.
So he's out practicing what he learned last year.
And if I could, and Yvette and I talked, and we had Dan on the line, and I have some roads, like Yvette said, well, you do realize we got a bunch of rain, and I said, I absolutely do, and many of my roads did shed very, very well. So we are having some success. It's those ones that are getting, or have had that crap gravel in the past, like it's pea-sized stuff on there, and it's not shedding water at all.
That was one of our biggest problems with Bar Harbor Road, and so we've been up there with our grader operator who's taken the training and does wonderful things with it. And so we're reshaping that road. We're getting a crown on it plus a grade so it'll drain properly. And you know, and people are saying it looks like you're pushing gravel off into the ditch. We are. The bad gravel, and we're putting the good gravel back on. So I want to bring forward a 6-month look at where we're at budget-wise in August, and at that time we'll go over where we're going with the gravel program. But as the roads are identified, we're getting the gravel on it right away. So as soon as it dries up a little bit more, you'll see the trucks roll.
The feedback I've gotten on that reclaimer is they've had better results seasonally. So in summer wet conditions, it isn't quite as effective. When you work the shoulders, you end up bringing more material up than you would want. So I'd be hesitant about going that route this time of year.
And painters did indicate that October, November is when they really hit the roads.
And it's spring, I've heard it's spring, but it's still frost, but there's
It's on the mower right now.
Yeah,
ditch.
yeah. So that's the one caveat they'll throw in about the reclaimer. And one caveat on our new gravel, so that 1 inch is a wonderful product, but just make sure that we have the crown and shape that we need, because the percentage of fines is so low in the manufactured fines.
I got lots of fines, don't worry about that. Mine is a little different than some of yours, but I got lots of fines.
It will not compact in
Yeah.
the way a normal road crush would. So if you have good shape, it is a wonderful top dress, and it does not hold water the same way as what a clay or sand fines would.
Yeah.
I actually drove the landfill road yesterday to Nixon's, and the top of that is just pure slurry.
It's not.
And yet we had 3 times or more the rain that they had at home. And on our road, it was just like driving it in a dry conditions, because the gravel, I guess there was gravel there, and you were just driving on the gravel. There was no slop or slurry, not a speck of it. So I think some of these roads just need gravel.
Yeah, we're identifying those. It's wet enough now that that's when you really see how badly you need it.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
One of its counselors had that lower quality gravel for 2 extra years because of a contract we had too. So when it comes time to put some gravel on the road, I'd like to see a little more, please. Okay? No, I'm serious. Like, I'm not, and you don't have to worry about other stuff to mix with that 1 inch. There's lots of stuff there.
I got a pile of dusty for you.
And no, you don't. We should sell that to the farmers. And we had dry roads here earlier on. That reclaimer would have worked just fine as long as they went along and cut the grass. There wasn't much there, and that reclaimer would work.
Yeah.
I'll take that reclaimer all day long when it was dry.
I'm a bit of a loss. I don't know much about it. I do know that we have a grader that is rigged up and ready to go with this stuff. But right now the mower's on it, and he's doing a fantastic job.
Well, we should send a mower down there to start out with, and you could do it now, but well, not today.
No.
But Yeah, the washboard sure has come in the roads a lot, eh?
Yeah, and the dryness and, the guys are really good. I don't know if they're out today, but
Yeah, they are.
okay. As soon as they get the go, they go out, when it's wet, and this is when they can really start to cut.
You're on the way in, you're doing a tremendous job at cutting that washboard out. There's none, you cut it deep enough to take it right out. And you're getting a good crown on the road, no problem.
And I was really pleased that the guys were out and they got the light oil. We've had some success for that MG 130 and they got the light oil on the bad washboard. And of course, we're really monitoring Paulson's Hill, I think is what we refer to, plus 40-2, west of 835, the Fritz Hill Road, west of 56. Those have all been really troublesome areas for us. Drove the Fritz Hill Road a week ago and I couldn't believe how good they had it because I've come over that road and lost my teeth.
And credit where credit's due. Mr. Gender and Mr. Clark saw the potential of that old mower, and I think it's worked out very well. I was not on board with it because I didn't see that potential.
Good job.
It's,
I only wish it was another 3-4 feet wider. That's the only problem with that.
It is fairly wide when you look at it. It just doesn't look like that.
plus the operator we've got on it is just, he's tremendous.
We got a really good operator on it.
He's very diligent. He wants it to be perfect, and he's here. I got out of the truck and bowed down and ate crow because he's doing a fantastic job.
That's good.
And we were gonna sell that for $160, eh?
Is this a different topic?
You know, it's the same topic.
Same topic, but different.
It's, we had that before and we had it on a crap piece of grader, and now you put it on a decent grader, you got a decent operator. And I had Mr. Green, our previous guy, figured it out, could do our roads. 40 days, 38 to 40 days, would do every main road in the county of Stettler with that one grader and that one cutter on the side.
Yeah, he's been down because it's been too wet, or we've had him doing other stuff. But I would say that he's probably within that range, and we're almost on the first round around the county and ready to start on the second.
80 days you can do it with one grader, and you can get rid of the coon graders and all the other stuff that wasn't made to do the size of the road like that one is. And it puts the stuff in the ditch. Like there's no more grass out on the road.
No.
Just a win-win-win-win thing.
Really good.
Councilor Gender, you've been waiting patiently.
I thought we should find that, okay, that mower is 7 feet wide, the ones that you purchased for, they're only 8 feet. So there isn't that much difference, but I'll have to say, like with that lip of the road, James, a lot of times that is from blow dirt from the shitty ground like we had before.
I'll show you. It's cut.
But it blows into there, so I'll have to say it's gonna be such a poor quality, I have no idea what the heck to do with it other than throw it in the ditch.
Yeah, no, this is cut. If I could show you pictures, it's cut. I do know the difference between that, absolutely.
Okay, so
I guess
receive your information. You got
yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I'll make that motion, receive that discussion for information.
that? All in favor?
I just wanted to have some discussion about it. Thank you.
Okay, new business, request for decision purchase of 3/4 ton trucks, amended, page 5 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we originally brought forward this RFD. It was approved in the budget. We were unable to get the trucks that we ordered through Stettler GM, and no fault of theirs. They just can't get them. We received several emails from them apologizing. So we went out, basically looked all over Alberta.
Well, first we started with the other
two locals.
the same bid, which were the locals. They were in the same boat. They couldn't get any fleet purchasing now either. So then we broadened the search and found a couple that matched the criteria and matched the tender, or were just slightly below the tendered price. The discrepancy between the first version of the RFD and the second version. The first version was prepared a couple weeks ago, and it was Tower was the dealer out of Edmonton, and they were actually sourcing it from Southtown Chrysler, but with the margins that we pushed them towards, it wasn't worth their time to be in the middle, so they just moved us over to Southtown Chrysler directly.
Councilor Ivan?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would push this forward. I just, we tried really, really hard. I think we are very adamant about, as a council, trying to purchase locally. Unfortunately, there are just some things, including pickup trucks this year, that you cannot buy at a price that makes it financially viable. There comes a point where you do have to purchase out of town, unfortunately. So it's an availability, right?
We're not doing a rate pairs favored by leaving $1,000, $2,000.
Well, it was considerably more just getting out.
Or more.
So I'd like to make a motion that we purchase the two vehicles for the unit price of $69,256.25 from Southtown Chrysler.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. So 8.2, we still go forward with the request for decision ESP bursary recipient.
Yes, and I'll let Quentin speak to this one. Do you want to speak to the person?
Sure. Mr. McKay was going to speak, but I'll speak, not a problem. We had 5 recipients, and Mr. McKay and I sat down, well, a month ago now, I guess, went through them, and we found a local gal that is interested in going to be a doctorate in veterinary school and wants to open her own clinic here in the county of Stettler in her future years. And so Mr. McKay made a motion at the last Ag Service Board meeting to put forward Ms. Hosting, Ms. Rael Hosting. So this is the RFD to go along with that.
Great idea. It's a great kid too.
Do we need a motion for this, or is she coming in?
Yeah, but we need a motion before.
Oh, okay.
I'll make, or McCall, he was there.
I'll make the motion, but first I'd like to say 3 out of the 5 were in line to be vets, or they're working towards vets or vet technicians. So it was a good thing because we're trying to promote veterinarian, and this lady plus the other one were looking at going into big animal vets, not just the regular dog cat vet sort of thing. So it's encouraging to see these people doing this. So I will make a motion that first we go towards Raylene Hosting.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
I think it's Rael, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. That's all, Steve.
Yeah, it's Hosting.
Very good.
You were here?
8.3, request for decision, cost sharing road construction, 8.3 of our package.
That's out of planning and development for one of the subdivisions we're working on. We're just
It's pretty straightforward.
gonna have Craig come in and.
Okay, so we can carry that to
It's pretty straightforward. We do this all the time. I don't necessarily think he needs to.
Yeah, and there is 10,000 set aside in the budget, so it is covered in this budget cycle, and we'd be looking.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that we go ahead and do this. This is a straightforward policy that we pay for up to $10,000 of improvement on a road. We've done it multiple times.
So yeah, so we'd be looking at paying $48.50.
Yeah. It's in our budget to do that, so.
Just to refresh my memory, was this the recent subdivision a month or 2 ago?
Yeah.
And they were subdividing directly across the seasonal road
Yes.
from the existing farmyard?
Yeah, and we've just asked them to upgrade the intersection, the turn intersection into a laneway, which really is already his laneway. So. It's
I just wanted to make sure I was talking about the same one.
Is there other questions, concerns on this? Being none, I'll call the question, all in favor?
Here comes Craig. Timed that perfect.
We just voted on it, Craig.
Oh, we're gonna buy lots.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
No, you might as well. Oh,
We have item 9, unfinished business, rural fire update.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Andrew speak to this. This is the Denelda Fire Hall.
What page are we on again?
This one's not in the package. This is just an agenda item, just a verbal update. So as requested, we've continued to leave this on the agenda through this process. Once we get moving a little bit more on our new agreement with the town and get some new bodies in place, we might be able to just roll lots of this up into our staff report from the county fire chief. But for now, we'll keep showing the attention that council's kind of put on it. Just want to give a bit of an update on some of what we've been doing in Denelda. So we've got all the PPE ordered for the sort of light duty stuff, rescue and wildland. We've got that all ordered. Most of it's starting to come in. We've got some of our communications equipment worked out. We need to buy a handful of pagers still, and the ETA or the back order on them is a little rough. So we're going to have to share for a bit. As people are available, take a pager and leave it when you're not. And then some of the practice stuff they've been doing up at Denelda, they've gone over the pump training, they've done driver training, gone through equipment on the trucks, which are getting well stocked, gone through things like fire behavior and fuel types, doing sides up, so evaluating a situation, attacking mobily, so moving with a running fire. And then as well, the general safety overview. So they've covered a lot of topics already. And we're hoping basically as soon as the PPE finishes coming in and we get the pagers in place, they'll be ready to go, at least on a subset of calls at what we would call an operations level of support. So defensive, so to speak. And then we're quickly building what would be called the awareness level of support, which is control the scene while Stettler's on their way kind of thing. So quite a good improvement on where we're at now. So really impressed with the work that Student Chief Ben Means is doing up there. He's put a lot of effort into this, and he's a hawk on getting things in as quickly as possible.
They also participated in the Denelda candidate parade. They had a junior fighter competition, which I guess was really well received. The float, and I think people up there were very happy to see the fire trucks in the parade. Yeah, so it's been great.
Mr. Chairman, just where are we at with the regional fire director personnel? Where
In camera, we have a
okay.
job description for council to review.
Okay, good. Because I know that's the next position to get to our county guy, what we've talked about.
Did we get an update on that tender repair at all, or is it still?
We're still fighting.
Terrible time finding parts. We've even approached the insurance company about replacing the entire front end of it, just because we're still looking in 2024 for parts.
Yeah, and starting to try and push, can we get a rental?
Yeah.
Honestly, right now we put a water truck in Denelda because they're not using the more heavy operations as Denelda's tender is replacing Stettler's right now. And so that's working well enough for them because we can just move water, and that's mostly what the tenders do. So that's at least that's ideal anyways. We're just using a standard county water truck with a side dump on it.
And the air compressors have been ordered, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
So once we get them, we had a terrible time going back and forth and negotiating our price, but we do have 2 ordered. One will go into Big Valley, one will go into.
Excellent.
Any other questions on that? Councilor Grover?
The Denelda Fire Department, how long before they're completely trained? If we get a fire truck up there, they'd all be trained and all be way, it'd be up to the training that they should have. And what about the new recruits in Big Valley? Do they go up there to get trained too? Or have they been?
Some of the Big Valley recruits have been going to Stettler on their nights because a little bit of a shorter drive. I'm not sure if the Weimar firefighters are doing that, but the invite is open to them for their Monday night practices. But then, once we have a rural fire chief in as well, right now it's basically the platoon chiefs and the officers handling the training, and those are mostly volunteer positions. Once we have the county fire chief in, a big portion of his role will be coordinating that training and conducting it.
Okay, so they're getting training. How long before the one in Denelda would be ready if we can find a fire truck?
It'll still be months before they're ready to.
It'll be months before they're ready.
Yeah, to run into a burning building, we're still months away from that.
But they would be able to, as soon as people are there, they can
You do grass fires and stuff, which we mostly,
That burning building from,
Burning the neighbors.
that's what the ratepayers county Stettler wanted to know. Thank you very much.
It's coming.
Councilor Kate.
As far as I can tell you, because I'm at every meeting and part of this thing, according to Ben, we're ready to go right now, as long as we had the suits to put on, which should be there tonight.
The bunker here.
So he says, we'll learn more out in the field than we will just practicing in the door hall, so.
That's what I want to hear.
And a few other questions. The radios or the beepers there, I'm just wondering how many we may have, because there's usually about 12 that are adamant, showing up to every
Yeah.
box. If we had that many, that would be a tremendous.
I think that's right about where we're sitting, actually.
Yeah, and we have up to 17, 18, but some come, some go, but there's usually about 12 that are just there every meeting, so.
and they are using the app.
We're using the app that Ben or the Hutterites had set up there too, and saying that the Hutterites had that fire, if you were to wear the day after Canada Day anyhow, and Stettler, when they showed up there, were quite surprised on how they acted to the fire, that they had that much knowledge as to controlling and whatnot, so. And the only other question I do have is, in the village of Denelda, they have all their fire hydrants out of service. Now, I had a ratepayer saying that they're not, really shouldn't be out of service because there's still water to them, that it could be accessible. I just didn't know how to answer that question.
Yeah, no, so they're not gonna keep up with what a fire truck's getting. So they should be out of service, because if you hook up a fire truck and start pumping, you're gonna cavitate the lines. That's why they're out of service.
I mean, service can't keep up with the pressure.
Exactly.
But we are moving some big water tanks up there, if they haven't already gone up there.
They weren't there last week, but
It's for water storage, so that.
yes, yeah, and I told Ben that was the initiative that we were trying to do, was get some things up there for extra storage, but we still have to get the Red Willow to the filling station just to practice that too, so.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Joe should be back next week, and if they aren't there, they'll be up there shortly. So. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think finding a water tank, I've been trying looking for water tanks to haul water to town, and they just don't exist. Yeah.
When are we gonna start negotiations with our smaller regional partners? So now that we have an MOU with the town, the next step, I think, would be getting the Big Valley, the Denelda, the summer villages. When will that start?
I would imagine soon. I gotta be honest, I think Andrew talked to Christy, but she was on holidays. I haven't had a chance to talk to Elaine. And she is retiring, and so they're in the process of bringing a new CAO on. So, yeah.
We're losing Dean as well.
Yeah, we're losing Dean as well, so we're just trying to coordinate it and.
They're covered as we speak right now, so it's just update that agreement.
Yeah, it's entirely the nuts and bolts side of things. I've managed to touch base with each of the CAOs prior to reaching the agreement with the town, just getting a feel for what they needed and making sure we weren't forgetting about their needs in our negotiations. And they were all very responsive and helpful. Their requests from us as to what they're looking for out of a regional fire department is very akin to what they're getting now. So it's not going to be a huge challenge. It's something I think we'll be able to do concurrently as we develop the town agreement. So yeah, I don't think it will be too challenging in that regard. Things are going to look very similar. They're all perfectly fine with the way the fire advisory committee works now. They want to see a little bit more touch points with their own councils, just from a regional or a county fire chief, which will be very easy under our new paradigm. So yeah, I think we're all pretty close to the same.
I assume that 3 were gonna be very easy, sort of rubber stamps, but the elephant in the room is Denelda. They still have their existing motion to dissolve, and I think they've expressed interest in coming back into the fold, but it'd be nice to get that decision.
Yeah, so and I've chatted with Chrissy a little bit. We haven't been able to sit down and have a big chat. That's next. That's one of the big things we want to talk about is because that's got kind of a clear ticking clock, so to speak. Their notice is up at the end of this year, where they would formally be moving over to Forestburg. And so if we're going to avoid some messy transitions to and from, if we end up getting them to rejoin our regional delivery, then we want to do so sooner than later. And we've definitely explained what the new or the modernized fire agreement is going to look like and how that service will be delivered. And I do believe, though it's up to the council. Ultimately, I do believe we've definitely addressed a number of their concerns.
Just an update, I talked to Mr. Booker, he was at the Parkland Planning Service Committee and meeting, and he was very happy with the agreement that we came up with. So.
Yeah, they definitely want to talk at least. That's very, very clear. They are willing to sit down and talk to us about, and considering they're coming with an open mind. So very good news.
What they decide, they'll decide, but I still think we should just keep our foot on the gas up there and get a decent, because we have a pile of great bears and they're a long ways away from Stettler up there to have our protection. Thank you.
So, receive for information, Councilman.
Move that.
All in favor?
We are going to continue with it on the updates regularly. Yeah, I think that we should.
On to bylaws, we can go on to 11.2.
Yeah.
Bylaw 1702-23, Development Authority Bylaw for first, second, and third readings. Is there page numbers for all these or?
Oh, is the agenda in front, just the additions? Yeah.
Just so that, yeah, somebody's seeing it, it's just right now. If I can get a copy through lunch too.
Yeah, I'll make that.
Okay, so 1702-23.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Craig speak to these. These are.
Thank you very much, Reeve Clark, Mr. Council. So this bylaw is somewhat of a package with the next three that follow on the agenda. In the RFC that covers this, there's a brief bullet there about what the collective package I'm trying to achieve. And we're dealing largely with administrative components that touch on the authority for issuing development permits, processing subdivisions. That does lead into some amendments in the MDP and the land use bylaw. But in the process, we're talking all about administrative components as opposed to what affects any particular parcel of land or the use of and development that could occur on the property. So I have purposely flagged this to come to council to make some changes that would open up space for consideration of a different way of processing development permits, and also a little bit of cleanup in what's usually not the most exciting part of an LUB review, which is parts of the administrative section, but it is a short-term fix, and what more changes will probably come out of that broader LUB review. The first one is going back to creating a standalone development authority bylaw. So we did have one of these before 2010. And it's quite a common practice in other municipalities. A well-structured development authority bylaw, the main role is for council to delegate who gets to make development permit decisions, issue stop orders on behalf of the municipality. And well written, we shouldn't have to touch this very often. In other words, it could set aside for like 10 to 15 years, which is kind of what happened with the previous one up to 2010. When we put it into the MDP and the LUB, unfortunately, it becomes less flexible for us in terms of the need to make any changes if we do encounter that, because we have to go through a public hearing in that respect. The other notable change about this proposed bylaw is streamlining it for the CAO to be able to name the names of who is actually going to be acting as a development officer. So Municipal Planning Commission still stands as is under the the organizational bylaw, I believe, and under the LUB, which does lay out the roles and structure of the Municipal Planning Commission. But when it comes to appointing myself and other staff as development authority or to act as a development officer, what the bylaw would do is allow the CAO, who's named in the bylaw specifically by title, which is the only title in the organizational chart that probably will never move or change, can then simply issue a letter later on saying, Craig, you are the development officer for this range of activity. Employee X, you're the development officer for a different, maybe more limited scope to reflect the level of development and training that person may be in. And then we don't have to take up council time to come back and make those administrative changes as time goes by. Mr. Reeve Clark, I'm not sure if you want me to go on to the other bylaws, given that it's a package, or deal with them one by one.
I think we probably need to deal with them one by one.
You could give a report on all four of them, or all four, and then you guys can debate them individually. If that, or you can do it one by one.
I think we're better to do it.
Individual. Yeah.
Is there any questions on this?
No, I'll give you a second reading,
First reading?
or no, a second reading.
It's got to be first.
Oh, it's good first. I guess,
We're on to 170223.
Number two.
Councilor Byron?
So just maybe clarify for me, so we won't bring stop work orders back to MPC then, or council?
Oh, we can still do that. Yeah, it doesn't affect necessarily how we deal with the enforcement process.
Okay.
In terms of coming to council to get a resolution to name a specific person to be the development officer, that's probably the biggest fundamental change you would see as the nature of this bylaw.
Okay, and I just, if I look on here, there's the provide more flexibility in completion of a subdivision approvals and endorsements of a subdivision plan. Now, when you're talking about that, what does that entail? I know we've had some issues in the past where the completion of a subdivision approval or endorsement of a plan has backfired with us. And I think we were just talking of a couple earlier this morning. So,
So Reeve Clark, that I've cheated. I used the first RFD for this bylaw to give the summary of everything.
okay.
The subdivision authority bylaw, which is the next item on the agenda, would go more specific to that question.
Then I'll ask that question next one.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Councilor Stevens?
Is there any parameters that have changed what this officer is designated to do? Like, what will the development officer under this new bylaw be doing that he wasn't otherwise able to do?
Reeve Clark, no changes in that respect. So once a person is appointed as development officer, the scope of what they're allowed to do, not allowed to do, is still defined in council's approved land use bylaw. And any other relevant policy, such as an enforcement policy.
So when we're talking about this one, typically we appoint the weed inspector or the director of ag services. From an administration point, would you still bring that back to us at the organization meeting, or how does that work? That's typically how we do it. It comes at an organization meeting and we do that. So.
Speak to that, Reeve Clark. Unfortunately, with the weed inspectors and pest inspectors, we've got less flexibility than the MGA, and it's just the way it's defined in the legislation. So as you've seen, we don't actually annually bring back the development officer to council, and nor would we. This bylaw would stand designating the CAO, and then she, in writing, would delegate that responsibility.
Boy, we're just putting more and more on you.
This is less.
She can delegate.
Because right now I'm
You
signing,
know, you can delegate, but you're the one doing it before we did it.
but right now I'm signing off on every
Yeah.
subdivision.
And Mr. Chairman, and we did run into some issues in the past as far as legality wise of who was that.
Yes, we did, and also
And this helps clean that
things
up.
that needed caveats put on titles that were not included when you sign off on the plan, which Craig corrected, so.
Right, because we did have that situation in the past where we were at the, there was called into suspect whether we actually had a development authority to do that. We were successful and we did, it just, it wasn't kind of
It wasn't cut and dry, yeah.
so this makes that come right. Good.
We have a motion for first reading on the table.
Okay.
All in favor?
I'll move second reading.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Councilor McKay,
I'll take us to third reading.
all in favor? Carried. Councilor Jen, third reading. Any questions, concerns? Call question, all in favor? Carried. It's carried. We have an 11:45 delegate here too.
You want to quickly finish these bylaws? Because they're kind of grouped together, or did you want?
The presentation can run into.
Rael, how much time do you got there?
I got
Okay.
Okay, table, we will go to 11.3 bylaw 170323 subdivision authority bylaw for first, second, and third reading.
So, Ray Clark, this one, similar aspects in terms of the development authority bylaw, in terms of setting up something that stands the test of time. In this particular case, would lead to bulk of amendments that are in the LUD item coming up and the MDP item coming up. And try to consolidate who is the subdivision authority, what kind of parameters do they have to work within, and if in doubt, where do they go and research the parameters they're supposed to be following. Right now, we sprinkle this bit in the LUD, bit in the MDP, and what we can never override and change is the MGA. And most of the subdivision authority can function directly out of the text that's in the MGA. So the purpose of setting this up is to, same idea, have a standing bylaw that council approves to say the people that are our subdivision authority in this particular case will be municipal planning commission. Which by and large reflects what we do with 99% of our subdivision applications. We have other provisions built in the other documents that suggest alternative approaches that we have just historically never used. And it's probably fair to say 15 years later, or 10 years later on, our practice is pretty much solid and solidifying around subdivisions go to municipal planning commission. Also contained in this bylaw is the ability of the CAO to be the signing authority once the MPC has made a decision on subdivision to do all the follow-up. So that includes reviewing the plan to make sure it matches what MPC, or the subdivision authority MPC approved, signing off on any easement documents, any caveats, road acquisition agreement documents, those sort of things. It is a CAO or designate, which you could probably guess where that one's heading. But it does, again, give us that administrative flexibility over time as staff change, titles change, organizational chart changes. Also included in the bylaw that's somewhat new is parameters for recognizing when we approve subdivisions at the table at MPC. We're dealing with sketches that are done from GIS or AutoCAD, that may not have been from a surveyor going on the ground. And then when the surveyor goes out, we can have a minor shift or an adjustment in dimensions. So it allows parameters for the deciding authority, the staff, to say that still matches enough. I'm okay with that, even if the parcel dimension is 5 meters different whatsoever, or the applicant decided that they wanted to follow a fence line. But the parameters that are built in the bylaw are you can't squeeze in or slip in a parcel that wasn't already approved. You can't jeopardize municipal reserve. You can't jeopardize any decisions about things like road widening or the providing of roads. So there are some parameters for that. And that way we can actually go on with the registration. The other item that is kind of already built into our system, it's just buried in the MDP, is the idea of council delegating the ability to grant extensions of times on approvals to municipal planning commission very clearly. Right now, if we would just go with the legislation, we'd have to take that to council every single time. And it establishes or it removes a limitation of only 1 year ever, which the legislation doesn't limit how many times you can grant an extension. So that part would be a change from our current practice. And what that would mean is if council approves the bylaw MPC, if there's someone that comes through and says it's been 18 months since I had my approval and the economy turned and I just didn't get to it, can I have an extension? They wouldn't be limited to the 1 year time frame. So when I've managed these in the past, each one coming back for MPC for these kind of requests is unique. You can't change any conditions. You can't change the nature of the approval. It's kind of a yes or no. They're getting the extension or they're not getting the extension, which means the test for us is in the intervening 18 months, did we make any changes in policy that would make us rethink whether or not this approval should stand or have more time to go through? And if the answer is yes, we changed it so that we wouldn't approve it, then we don't grant the extension. If the answer is no, then rather than making the applicant go all the way back to the start and start again, MPC would have the chance to give them that additional time. It does get a little bit funny if someone comes forward with an approval from 10 previous years, but in some ways it's the exact same test. Has there been a fundamental shift in policy that would say we shouldn't have approved this, so we're not going to give it any more life and we're going to make you start over? The biggest change I'm looking for in putting this before council is to create that bylaw as a test of time. And related to the other changes, the LUB and MDP, is to avoid a scenario where we have our own set of internal documents to say, this is the duties and functions of the subdivision authority. And meanwhile, the MGA went this way. We will always have to follow the MGA. So my recommendation is that we might as well just pick it up and read it and draw directly from that.
Councilor Nyberg?
So I have two situations where you talk about minor changes. That minor change is made on the decision of the development officer at the time. Allow the development officer to make minor changes. And my concern is that's a very ambiguous term, minor deviations from the subdivision sketches. Is 10% minor, is 15% minor, is 20% minor? My minor might be different than Mr. Clark's minor.
Yeah, I don't think Reeve Clark is something I could put an easy percentage term on. So, for instance, if someone comes in and the original parcel configuration was supposed to be 5 acres and it was going to be a perfect square, and when they looked at it, they decided, hey, that wasn't really where the tree line was. We'd like to make it now a rectangle. It's hard to come back and put a percentage on that.
One other, and does this change any of the appeal process? So 1 year limit of an application, is there anything that will change in the appeal process?
So for subdivision appeal, compared to development permit appeal, the number of parties and who can appeal is quite limited. So adjacent landowners and affected parties do not get to appeal. A landowner who received a decision they don't like can choose to appeal, and any government department that we circulated to is also able to appeal. And that also includes our school authorities. So no, it doesn't change it, and just to be clear that the scope is also very narrow.
Fair enough.
What if, in one of these boundary changes, the example you gave was where they want the subdivision 5 meters wider when it has a financial effect? So our rural development plan, for example, would that need to come before us? Because when we start mixing financial decisions, is that?
Reeve Clark, we already face that when we make every decision right now on a subdivision. There's in the clause that it's not a condition per se. The rural development fund is really an administrative item that we put in the notes because it's about our fee structure as opposed to a condition of subdivision per se. But in our standard clause, it says that the final number, even though we talked about it at MPC so we can see the order of magnitude, is based on the surveyor drawing when they bring it in. So if we can have easily a 5% error going from an AutoCAD drawing to a surveyor drawing. So if the surveyor drawing comes in a little smaller, effectively we recalculate it and we may get a little bit less than what was in the MPC report. Conversely, if it comes in a little bit bigger, well, that value's going up. And so we already kind of do rely on that correction mechanism when we get the more accurate drawing.
Yeah. Does MPC have the authority to look at any of these items that the development officer essentially rules on? So if we collectively decide, the development officer decides not to grant an extension, the majority of us are willing to, do we have the authority to re-look at any of these decisions?
So in the bylaw, not really a development officer, it's more of the planner or was it?
Designate.
Yeah, most likely more designate. We'll present it to the Municipal Planning Commission. All decisions on the extensions would be made yes or no by Municipal Planning Commission. Just like the original approval, you should expect a recommendation from staff. So that test I was mentioning earlier, was there any fundamental change of policy? And if staff think the answer is no, then they'll probably recommend an extension. In that process, what neither the staff get to do or MPC gets to do is to go back and change any terms and conditions. So that, again, that's an extension on the timeframe to submit.
Councilor Gender?
On point number 5, it says extend the time limit. Is there any specific time limit on there?
Yes, so Reeve Clark, in the legislation, there's two kind of clocks that run related to subdivision. There's a 1-year clock automatically from the date that the subdivision authority gives their initial decision when MPC makes a determination, what we call the tentative plan approval. And it's in that 1 year that people can satisfy conditions or come in and get what's called endorsement. So that's one block of time that could be extended or not extended by this planning commission. The second block of time is once staff have issued what's called a subdivision authority approval form. That's basically the document that goes on to land titles. We date it and sign it. That document only has a 1-year life under the legislation to then get to land titles and get registered. But that too can come back and be considered for an extension by municipal planning commission under this proposed bylaw.
So they would be 1-year increments then?
They could. What I'm proposing is that how I've written this is to give the flexibility. It doesn't have to be 1 year at a time. What I usually recommend though is if it's, you don't just say it's a 1-year extension, you actually pick a very specific date. So if I wanted to add 1 year to a July 2, 2022 extension, I would literally say to July 2, 2023, or to a midpoint in 2023 or 2024.
And we've done that in the past where we've made it to the point where they makes more sense to do it in the fall if they were doing some sort of renovation, and the renovation makes sense to extend it to the fall.
So I'm just kind of wondering in there, should it be they not to exceed 1 year?
I think the legislature is pretty clear on it.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I don't know about this one. We've had trouble with eaves are still on their property, running water over onto the other property and all that. You could allow to have that extension and it would never come to MPC. But at the end of the day, then it will, once the other guy comes and then it drags on out. If we make that decision while they're building that house, not.
Maybe Reeve Clark can address that. I think maybe some of the theme I've heard in the question is about the development permit extensions.
Development permit, yeah.
Same issue, and right now, those are all supposed to come to MPC.
Okay.
And they still will.
They'll still come back to us so that we don't have to deal with it after it's built. Okay?
Well,
No.
we're already dealing with it, and we're in the current rules, we still have people that do it. So I don't know if, as long as there's people building and tape measures that are too short or too long, we'll always have that problem.
But it all will come back to MPC so that if we're gonna take the brunt of the heat for it, I'd like to have the decision on it. Thank you.
We won't. Everything, I'll just telephone you.
Okay.
I'll give you a motion for first reading on this one.
Call the question, favor? Carried. Councilor Kate?
I'll give it second reading.
Questions? Call the question, all in favor?
What if they're
I'll call the question to take us to third. All in favor? Councilor Stevens?
Motion to third.
Okay. Any questions? Call it. All in favor? Carried. That so much for that one being really short. So the other one that ties with that is an 11.4 and 11.5. So where do we go with our agenda right now? Do we?
Reeve Clark, the next ones are probably not going to be much shorter than the last one, so
Let's take a break and
Okay.
move to our delegation.
Take a break. We'll move to our 11.45 delegation, which is Rael Hosting. We can do an introduction, Rael, starting with Michelle.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, good morning.
Paul McKay, good morning.
Larry Clark. Good morning.
Abe Grover.
Justin Stevens. Hello.
Les Stolberg.
James Snyder, Councilor for Erskine South Ward, and as you know, the best place to live.
Nikki Parsons, Communications.
And your worship, municipal services.
You got two over here, and Quentin's still two.
You know what I'm supposed to do. I'm Rael Hosteen. I live south of Erskine, live on a family farm, and I'm going to vet school right now. So, yeah, that's me.
Thank you.
We're gonna take some pictures, Mr. Chairman.
We'll take some pictures.
Well, congratulations, Rael. You're going in for a large animal.
I'm working on my second year of pre-vet right now.
Okay.
Or the same. I started a semester late, so it's like my second semester of my first year,
Okay.
and then second. Yeah, and then after that, either University of Calgary, PEI, or Guelph.
And where's your pre-vet? Where's it at?
Right here.
That right here?
Yeah.
That is not an easy course
Yeah.
to even get accepted in, so
No, it's definitely
congratulations.
fun.
Is that one catch? I've always wanted to.
Should we just put her out of the way? So that,
Yep, sure.
you want me to move the chairs?
Oh, you're back there and I'm up here. Sorry, I only want to look or what, you get one. No, no. I hate that.
We take a recess for lunch.
Yeah, that's what was.
I'll give you a motion recess for lunch.
All in favor?
I don't think anybody's gonna be here.
And we have a public hearing for bylaw 1699-23 land use bylaw amendment rezoning for 1 PM. So I declare the meeting open at 1:03 PM. And do we have, is anybody called in, Andrew?
Nobody has called in just yet. The instructions are on the screen if you're watching online. Otherwise, just go to stettlercounty.ca/Zoom.
Okay. We do introductions here though, for anybody that's watching from home or.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
We'll start with Michelle.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender.
Paul McKay.
Larry Clark.
Dave Brewer.
Justin Stevens.
Wes Stillberg.
James Nyberg, Councillor, Erskine South Warden.
Worstenson, Communications.
Andrew Pershik, Municipal Services.
Yvette Cassidy, CAO.
McTeal, Director of Planning and Development.
Could I ask that the proposed amendment be read into record? Who will be doing that?
Yeah, I can do that. I'll read the advertisement into the record. So notice is hereby given that the County of Stettler number 6 is proposing to amend bylaw 1433-10 as follows. Rezone 14 acres, 5.66 hectares of the southwest 34019 west of the 4th meridian from the agricultural district to the county residence agricultural district, as shown in an attached map. The intent of the amendment is to rezone a section of the southwest 34019 west of the 4th, where a multi-lot subdivision has been approved. 3 new parcels are proposed on the subject parcel, and this area is proposed to be rezoned from Ag District to Country Residential Ag District, as per section 5.8 of the County of Stettler Municipal Development Plan, which states that the proponent of a multi-lot subdivision may be required to obtain land use rezoning out of an agricultural district to a more appropriate district or districts in the land use bylaw. Bylaw may be reviewed at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday. Public hearing to hear representation concerning bylaw 1699-23 is scheduled to be held today, Wednesday, July 12th, 2023 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible in council chambers at the County of Stettler Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to the Director of Planning and Development, County of Stettler number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, or by email to cteal@stettlercounty.ca before July 6, 2023, or they may make representation at the public hearing. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to approve the bylaw. Should you require additional information, please contact the Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441. That notice was dated June 22nd, 2023.
Thank you, Andrew. The rules of conduct to be followed will be written submissions shall be tabled first and read into the record. Anyone wishing to support or oppose the amendment will be given the opportunity to speak up to 5 minutes. Councillors may ask questions to speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. There will be no debating between participants, presenters allowed, and any questions from the floor shall be addressed to the chair. Is there any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw?
Not in support.
Okay. In opposition?
We received one letter in opposition, which is in your package at page 10. I'll defer to Craig. Do you need to read it into the record or distribution?
I think if all the council members have had a chance to read it prior, it's part of the package, so we don't have to read it verbatim.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, the letter that was sent to us, will somebody replying to this letter? There's a number of questions this individual had, so I just wondered if we would reply to something like that.
It's not that we can't. I don't know if we have in the past, but certainly we can reach out and let them know the outcome of the council's decision and go over any further comments or concerns they may have in their letter or as a result of the outcome.
Fair enough.
Okay, so then there is no call-ins? And
No call-ins at this time?
will there be no verbal?
No verbal submissions for or against, seeing nobody in our chambers as well.
Is there a presentation from our development officer? Alberta Environment, Alberta Agriculture for Rural Food and Rural Development?
Reeve Clark, we have received no response to our circulations of the letter. It was attached in your package.
Okay.
Through the subdivision approval process, we had already heard from Alberta Transportation and confirmed the requirements regarding access, given that the subdivision that this application relates to is directly against the Highway 601. So the overall approval is, or the reason why the application is before you is because we needed a condition of subdivision approval that was passed to the property owner a few years ago, actually in early part of 2021. And as part of that, to implement the MDP policy, when it's more than 3 private titles in a quarter section, and this has 3 in the area being rezoned, and the 4th would be the balance of the quarter section. We have that typically is rezoned as opposed to approving them under the Ag district, and that's why the application is before you. It's a follow-up from a subdivision condition and also be consistent with our MDP policies. In terms of presentation, speaking a little bit to some of the concerns in the letter, I do want to point out that under our MDP, we try to accommodate a broad range of residential options. It's not, we try to do that in hamlets. We try to do that in multi-lot residential areas. We try to do that in large lot, multi-lot residential areas. We also try to do that with individual acreages stretched across the county. When you're looking at this in the eyes from the lens of density, I do point out that while it looks like 3 new lots, 2 of those are already occupied by existing dwellings that have been present for many, many years. So we're going from 2 existing lots in that locality to a 3rd residential development. So when we start considering the density of people living in the area, the impact on traffic, it's really not that much. We're also along a highway that has a high capacity to absorb any traffic issues. And certainly at 5, 3, and 6 acre parcel sizes, we're well past the dimensions that we would consider to be a village or a urban sized lot, which tends to be around a little under a half an acre lot at a minimum, or sorry, at an upper end size. Administration does recommend approval of the bylaw, and we'll also hear from you about that later on outside the public hearing.
Now we'll be open for questions from council. Councilor Stevens.
So right now AT has no concerns, but since it's 3 separate lots, if they made approach applications for each individual lot, would they be too close, and would AT have concerns about that in the future?
AT, Reeve Clark has stipulated their expectations both at the subdivision stage. I think, well, not noted before, we did have a chance to confirm again as part of the rezoning. The access points for the very far west parcel, so it's, you don't see the parcel, so that's the west portion of the hatched area up on the screen. There's an existing access to that, which may be more visible in your graphic that's attached to your RFT. That one is allowed to stay. And then the middle parcel, there's an access there, but it's all historically been shared with the parcel on the far right, the east end of this area. So AT's comments are the one that's been shared right now, that can be relocated, but it must be shared. So they're okay with 2 access points for the 3 lots. The east and central one are expected to share one of the access points.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Gender?
So is there a road widening along the west road lines?
I do not have the subdivision application handy for me, but that is the time when that decision would have been determined. Unfortunately, Reeve Clark, I don't have that answer right handy to see if that was attached to this approval.
We maybe should be doing that during this public hearing is for clarification.
For clarification, what's been presented.
Maybe wait and then.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Jen?
For the second reading?
Well,
I'm going to close the public hearing.
Public hearing first, yeah.
That's exactly why.
Any other questions? I declare this public portion of the public hearing closed at 1:13 p.m. Now we will move back to to our bylaw conversations, and that would be 11.1, bylaw 1699-23, land use bylaw amendment, rezoning for second and third reading. Councilor Calder. Second reading. Any questions, concerns? No question, all in favor? Councilor Stewart?
I'll move, the third, we could do third reading, not go to read it, just do it.
Yeah. Okay, questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Then we are to bylaw 11.4. Bylaw 1704-23 amendment to the municipal development plan for first reading. Page 27 of our package.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So this kind of picks up the conversation where we left off this morning about the Development Authority bylaws. So specifically to the municipal development plan to recognize the new subdivision authority bylaw and also to remove some of the potential conflicting text and direction that may conflict with the MGA and the development regulation. Under that, the purpose of 1704-23 is largely to remove the text that you find in section 3 of the MDP, which speaks specifically to the duties, responsibilities, authorities. I'm sorry, the duties, functions, and powers of the subdivision authority. In this particular case, given that we're in the MDP, the recommendation is for first reading and then the setting of a public hearing, which means we'll come back to council in August for further consideration.
Members?
Mr. Chairman, I will give you first reading on bylaw 1704-23 as presented.
We need to state our time at this point.
Public hearing will be at 1 p.m.
Yeah, we often would put them in the same motion together.
Okay, so 1 p.m. on August 9th. Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call it, question, all in favor? That would be carried. Bylaw 1705-23, amendment to land use bylaw for first reading, page 32.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So again, same theme, just more amendments and actually a few more topics covered in this particular one. So amending the land use bylaw in this particular case. So the first set of changes is recognizing a development authority bylaw and some changes to definition to make sure they sync up. The second set of changes involves looking at the development authority and the list of our responsibilities, specifically for the development officer, and removing some references and some sub-clauses to the use of the term notice of decision and specifying how a notice is to be given, how notices are to be given and to whom are addressed in other parts of the land use bylaw. The third change that's proposed is to remove all of section 13, which deals with the subdivision authority, again in favor of drawing directly from the MGA and the matters related to development regulation. The fourth set of changes relates to our current practice of using a notice of decision and then holding back on the issuance of a development permit and taking out that restriction and allowing us to go immediately after a decision's been made on an application to issuing a development permit itself. And I will speak more about that one than the other ones, but if certainly there's any questions about the other four changes, I'm happy to circle back and take a look. Or answer the questions. So this last one is opening up the opportunity for potential changes to how we process development permits. Right now, if municipal planning commission or the development officer makes a decision, we generate a piece of paper that we call a notice of decision. And it's not a development permit. Sometimes there's conditions that have to be met before we will issue a development permit. We send that out to the applicant. And then we hope that they move ahead, meet all the conditions. We're also waiting for the appeal period to possibly expire. And then once they've done that, they come back and get a different document called a development permit, which sometimes matches exactly what was approved in the first instance. Sometimes there's some modifications and changes. Sometimes it's a big gap of time. Sometimes it's within a couple of weeks. The proposal of removing the references specifically to notice of decision and the inability to immediately move to a development permit would enable us to basically issue a development permit right to the applicant and then just follow through with them on things they need to do before they get underway with construction. But that would minimize the amount of people we're giving to the applicants, which I think was part of our communication challenge with a system that some people do find complex and they don't interact with many times. And it also doesn't necessarily change our workload in terms of following up to make sure things that have to occur before the house is put on a foundation or building that occurs is minimized. We still have to do some more policing in that respect. The change in the system that I'm mentioning does not affect anyone's appeal rights. So those are still intact. We would still send out notices, which means that if you're adjacent landowner for discretionary use or a variance granted unpermitted, you would still get a letter from us notifying you of the nature of the decision. So you can choose whether or not you wish to exercise your appeal rights. We also advertise all development permits, whether or not they're permitted or discretionary, again, for others to be able to do that same thing. And that part hasn't changed. What would change is we will not necessarily make the applicant wait before starting site prep and moving on with their permit. But as already stated in our land use bylaw, any of that activity is always at their risk. There's a risk that we issue a development permit. If there's an appeal that's successful, they may have to revert and put the property back to the way it was. And those clauses are not, you won't find the material that's before you right now. Those are parts of the land use bylaw already that aren't being changed. No one loses the appeal rights or capabilities, and in some ways what we're looking at doing is to simplify the system for the applicants, also for staff, and also to recognize that sometimes our development permits, while we're waiting, we're losing construction season, which can be quite short here in Alberta, which is some of the motivations as to why we're looking at this potential change. But to get there, we have to make these changes to the land use bylaw. I want to point out that appeals, as much as there's some concern about that, they're not all that frequent for us. So as of today, we've dealt with about 50 development permits that have been cleared from the initial approval process to the point of being issued, and we've had 0 appeals. It's not to say we won't get any, but in terms of those 50 there, our current system could have been quicker for those applicants, especially those that have unfortunately waited until April or May to get their approvals, and then they're chewing into the workable construction season to go ahead with their project. I don't think I think I've hit all the points that I needed to hit. Reeve Clark, I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Councilmember.
So I thought we made a change to this a while back there where we were having some of our developers start construction before their development permit was completely processed. So bear with me on this. I'm going to give you an example of a campground that starts development and then gets appealed by, I think it's called a 690. What was it called?
No, that was just a regular subdivision development appeal.
Okay. And it ended up being quite a fiasco for us. Did we not change our bylaw a little bit to stop people from starting that development? And therein lies some of the issue. Once I have a development permit, I just post it and you give me the permit, I go. There's nothing that says that he's going to or she's going to finish the conditions. So what now is, why this? Before you didn't have a development permit. I think we had legal advice even when we did have somebody that came in for a development permit and started working before they actually finished all the conditions. It was noted that the MPC had mentioned to them, you do not have a development permit, you have a notice of decision, which makes our case even that much stronger. So tell me why this is better than what we have now.
So I'm going to use that example. I think I'm going to unravel a couple of things. So first up, we did recently change our requirements so that anyone starting their development without a development permit approval would face a penalty. So that's part of the exercise. We also, in the last 2 years, there were some changes to items that don't require a development permit, which was also led to some of the example that you saw that it's just a bunch of gravel roads on there that doesn't need a permit. Lo and behold, the network developed to be a campground. So those are those 2 items. This one, in terms of, let's see, if they get going before the appeal is appeal period is gone, if they had any prior to, we would have to change the wording of our conditions. So rather than saying you have to do X before we'll actually give you a piece of paper called the development permit, we would have to write the condition that you have to do X before you're allowed to do Y. And that could be move on the house or dig anything greater than the excavation for the foundation. What that means is then we would have to follow up with our staff. And just like our current approach, if there's someone that really wants to push us on this, we would have to rely on our stop order provisions to be able to enforce it. What that does do, in relying on a stop order to enforce the conditions, is it gives us a very clear process in terms of if there's a difference of opinion on whether or not I've met that condition, not met that condition. There's a clear appeal mechanism to work with. Our current approach kind of leaves us in a bit of a gray area in that we really have an approval, but you don't have a development permit. And I can't speak to the previous legal advice. I can say that in consultation with what we're getting today, their suggestion is that we actually streamline and just get to this point of issue the permit and then deal with the conditions as a potential violation if there is one, and to use that stop order provision that's also available to us rather than withholding the piece of paper that says development permit. One of the things I think we also see happening is, again, going back to the issue of confusion with the applicant, or the average applicant, is they've got a piece of paper that says approved and the county's logo's on it. And we probably do have to still spend time with any of the applicants who are new to the process to make sure they understand the expectation of follow-up steps. But it's sometimes hard to explain and rationalize what the difference is between the two pieces of paper. Reeve Clark, I believe Andrew wants to add to that.
Well, I was just going to add a little bit on the sort of long-term legal advice. It has been our counsel or our legal counsel's recommendation to us for quite a while to make this change. Actually, we've and when I say quite a while, I mean years now. Just because it's a much more straightforward process. There's a little bit less confusion about the different pieces of paper you're getting, and our rights as a municipality, your rights as a developer, and your rights as an adjacent or affected landowner don't change just because the permit hasn't been issued or has been. The conditions have to be followed the same way. As Craig alluded to, you still just need to expand on or word the conditions appropriately. Shall not start construction until, or shall not start occupancy until, or a combination thereof. It really depends on the permit itself.
Okay, so if I could just to follow up on this. So if I got my development permit, I have 10 conditions and I fill 9 of them and I just start doing whatever I'm doing. And what if I never ever finish number 9? Got my house built, I've got everything done, and one of the conditions was to put up trees and screening up front. So we're still going to use the stop work order, but where's the timeline to finish? Do we have to put a timeline on all conditions? Like, so the screening is in my thought. I got to put screening in front of my house or whatever. Let's just say that's what it is. Yeah, trees didn't grow, they died out, I'm going to try again next year. Trees didn't grow, they died out, I'm going to try again next year.
Go ahead, Craig.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So ongoing ones such as landscaping, that's something that, if we've properly written the condition, that can be a follow-up, and actually the condition can have set timelines. One of the challenges right now with our current approach is we sometimes have this gap of time between we give a notice of decision and our effective date, that 1 year to get going with your development. That actually doesn't trigger until we actually issue the development permit. So historically, we've had some people that, hey, I've got this and I'm going to work, I'm going to pick away on those prior 2 conditions for like 3 years. And then I'm going to come in and get my permit. And now I have 2 years to wrap it up, which is kind of a lengthy construction process. We get caught in that trap as well. I think no matter how you cut it, staff are going to have to police this and work with that. Something that you didn't do, and we hear from the neighbors and we phone and follow up and say, hey, where you're at, or if we drive by and see you from time to time during our regular site visits, you may get follow up that way as well. And in all cases, it's if something's missing, if it's clearly worded as a good condition, it could be 5 years down the road. We could have said, it's a good example, your business hours of operation were only supposed to be on these days of the week. and one time we find you operating on one of those days not, it could lead to an enforcement activity, followed by first, hey, do you remember your conditions? And will you come into compliance? Followed by, hey, we're going to issue a stop order that may shut you down because you're now in violation of one of those conditions. So we still have teeth and we can still make this follow-up work.
I imagine for 90% of all of our developers or applicants, this would be a streamlined process under this new change. But I'm not I have mixed feelings on this because we're kind of moving from the carrot. All right, these are the conditions, and the carrot that you're holding in front is to get your development permit, you have to meet these conditions. And we're switching from that mentality to the stick. All right, here's your permit. You haven't complied. Here's a stop work order. And I have mixed feelings on switching to that.
We're just pulling this carrot away and just using the stick.
We've
been using both, but only certain people.
They cling to it, right? Like they cling to the notice of decision. They don't, they don't, sometimes we never issue a development permit, which if you go to appeal or you go to the LPRD, you go to the Court of King's Bench, that's where we start having trouble.
Well, and I think for the majority of our applicants, a single detached dwelling, none of the neighbors care. I mean, this is a streamlined process for that builder. It gets them started sooner, but.
This is more, so you get your permit on such and such a date and you have a year or 2 years to fulfill it.
Yeah.
Instead of you get your notice of decision, well, maybe 6 months from now, we get around to issuing you a development permit, and you have another 2 years after that.
I see how this will cancel some of that straggler stuff out there. That makes sense to me now.
Reeve Clark, I'm not sure if it was a carrot that we were ever offering, to be honest. It's kind of, we were using a stick in both cases.
Well, I have to find carrot.
Cabbage.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I'll give you first reading on this. I think I understand this now where we're going with it, and it makes sense to me.
Once ban also public hearing.
A public hearing set on August 9th too, is it?
Say 1 p.m. but before you.
Yeah. 1:04.
Any other questions? Well, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Yeah, it's still lots.
Opposed? Call the roll. Vote. Okay. Bylaw 1706-23, fire protection bylaw for first, second, and possibly third readings, page 39.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, do you want to speak to this one?
Thank you. So this is a bylaw that kind of came up in review from a couple of things. It was pulled as we were working through our mediation with the town as well. The same theme that Craig has had through the last 4 bylaws we just discussed in clarifying and consolidating authority to the CAO or their designate is the primary motivation behind bringing this change forward. I apologize, I don't have a red line version that has the changes there. I've attached both the old version and the new version, but the way we reorganized things, everything was red and then green. So it's a little tough to do that red line version when we change so many formats. But largely it all stays the same. The 2 points I do want to point out that are new, or a few points I'm going to point out that council should consider is first is section 5. Which requires a permit for fireworks. We've always done this. It's never been in the bylaw. It's been in the fee bylaw. The fee we charge for the permit exists, but we never actually had the authority to enforce that requirement. And if you would like to take questions through that, that would be fine for me.
The fireworks, are we talking like mom and pop having a couple of fireworks at home, or are you talking commercial fireworks?
It covers both. As I believe that's our current practice, but it can be amended, or we can go for more consultation. There's no rush on this bylaw by any means, so if you guys.
I just wondered because if you go to the corner store and buy a couple of Jolly Candles and or whatever they're called anymore, I don't know. And they go, what, do you need to have them? I don't know.
Yeah, and it very much varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Some actually, many of the municipalities I researched actually have restrictions on when you can fire what are called low hazard fireworks. That's the kind you're referring to there. There's low hazard and high hazard. So the low hazard fireworks, some of them restricted. They say you can do it on Canada Day, New Year's Eve, and Thanksgiving Day, and up until midnight or 1 a.m. on New Year's Eve. It's actually quite restrictive in that way, and you still need a permit. Others don't require permits for low hazard, but do require for high hazard. The federal regulations that sort of put these, because they're explosives, therefore they're federally regulated, do tend to assume the municipality is going to regulate them with a permit system, but don't explicitly set out a requirement for it.
And is there a cost?
No, the existing cost is in the fee bylaw. For high hazard fire permits, it's $50. So those are the big displays. You need a guy with certification to do it. And it's a different class of explosive. But the low ones, there's no charge. And so if that's it for questions on fireworks.
I'm not sure if we want to make this decision right now. We're talking about advertising for this new fire position. This kind of seems like something that his input or hers would be valuable.
Hopefully we'll have him by the time we go to second reading.
Yeah, if you want to start with first reading, certainly we can garner some input. Mostly I'm just codifying what we're doing today and putting that in. So if we do have somebody creating a nuisance by setting off fireworks, we've got some teeth to actually deal with it.
And I think this can be changed at any given time. If we get a new guy or gal comes in, literally they could bring it to us, and one of their job titles would be to review it. If they're okay, rubber stamp it. If not, bring it back for changes. We can do it in a day.
On that same case, if we have something coming in right away,
Yeah.
just take away.
And my second question is, what is on our current fee bylaw for burning during a fire ban?
So that's a penalty, so it doesn't go into the fee bylaw, it goes into this bylaw. And that's my last point of this one. So can I put a pin in that one and come back to it? Because penalties is a whole thing. So if that's it for fireworks, the second thing that I wanted to bring your attention to is a new section that I added in for council to consider. I don't believe this has been our practice in the past, but it is something we've heard from the public, and that's to prohibit the brush fires, burn barrels, and any controlled structure fires in hamlets. You can provide direction on whether you want that change, you want to expand on it, so include multi-lot subdivisions, or you want to just get rid of it and stay the way we are. Because we do occasionally get complaints from especially burn barrels in a hamlet like the size of Erskine, for example. And the response right now is we can kind of give them could you stop that under the nuisance bylaw if the smoke is blowing and disturbing you? But I wanted to get council's input and feeling on this one. It's certainly flexible.
Question back to you on that, Andrew. Is, when you say outdoor fires, is that like a fire pit, like a?
No. So in the I should have gone over the definition, but specifically those types of fires were defined as a campfire. An outdoor fire is a brush fire, a big garbage burn, anything that's not contained and not otherwise a campfire, and so bigger than a meter basically. And then incinerator fires is the technical term for burn barrel, because they can take a few different shapes and forms. So just something to consider. So this definitely would not change your ability to have a campfire in your backyard in Erskine. It'd just be subject to fire bans, the same as always. But it would affect your ability to have a burn barrel in Erskine, which is not the problem we run into all the time, but it has come up, and I figured council should consider it and decide on it. This bylaw hasn't been changed in 20 years, so. 20, yeah.
Councilor Grover?
What about an enclosed, that's not a burning barrel, you have a tube with a A piece of, pipe and you have a stack on it with protection so the clinkers don't come out and you burn with it, yeah.
That's still considered an incinerator. Yeah, that's still considered an
Is it a
incinerator.
burning barrel or is it, okay,
Both burning barrels and what you described would fall under incinerator fire, so they'd be handled the same way, which wouldn't be permitted with this current section.
And that's within Hamlet's.
Within Hamlet, it
But
would
also another question, burning bans, even that incinerator is not to be used. is it?
right.
burning what, incinerator?
Burning with, a burn ban or a fire ban.
You can't use an incinerator, you can't use it.
Yeah.
Oh, burning.
This does not apply to commercial and industrial incinerator fires. Those are regulated in the Clean Air Energy Act, or no, sorry, the Environmental Protection Enhancement Act. That changed in the last 20 years. So yeah, we don't regulate those at all. That's it for questions on that section. Lastly is penalties, which is what Councillor Stevens was referring to. So I haven't made any changes to the penalties in here, but these are the penalties for 20 years now. And if I rip down to the very end here, section 8. So if you don't have a fire permit where one's required, or you contravene the conditions of a valid fire permit, the fine is $75 for the first offense, $250 for the second, and $500 for the third and each subsequent offenses. And then the much more general clause that basically says anything else within this bylaw, so that would include burning within a burn ban or a fire ban, the fine is up to $2,500. As well, the response fee is not capped. If a fire department has to respond to a fire in a fire ban that was set intentionally, that $2,500 fee we normally cap out at for a fire response is not applicable.
I thought we moved the fee up to 5,000.
No, we talked about it. We
talked about trying to get people to increase their insurance, but.
And I think we have made that public knowledge and sort of pushed it, but that was sort of indicated to do prior to, we weren't ready to jump it until we'd done the public education. We haven't really
Talking to go forward with the new fire stuff that we were gonna look at, okay.
I would prefer to see our penalties broken out further. There's different layers of, we'll call it negligence. If you're burning brush during a fire ban, that's bad. If you have seven of them and there is no one monitoring any of them during a fire. No, but there's layers. So you're not following the rules on multiple levels, and I have very little patience for brush burning during a fire ban. That's when half the province was under a fire ban and we had towns evacuated, and you still think this is a good idea. I'm not sure if this covers it.
Any questions? If I can back to Councillor Stevens. Do you have any suggestions on what you would like to see those fines look like, or is it something you maybe want us to bring back to the August committee of the whole and defer second and third reading to September? Like I said, there's no rush on this bylaw by any means. We're just cleaning it up as we go.
Well, my first thoughts, and I'm open to have this discussion, committee of the whole may make sense, is there's a number of conditions that come with a fire permit, monitoring, et cetera, and there's a few layers. So I think it should be a separate fine. You burned brush during a fire ban, this is the fine. No one was monitoring it, this is an additional fine. And you could kind of stack these because the level of risk is kind of relative.
I see what you're saying. Just like if you're speeding with your seatbelt off, you get 2 tickets. You're burning in a fire ban and
you're speeding,
you're only get 1 ticket because it's one.
You're speeding, you're on the cell phone, you're not wearing a seatbelt, your truck isn't insured. Well, maybe at a certain point, this is more than one fine.
So how much was the fine?
Yeah, but we can bring some stuff forward either to the next council meeting and just consider it a second reading, or we can workshop it more to committee of the whole. I think we've got enough direction that administration could make some solid suggestions here.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I struggle with the burning barrel one because I know there are some people that are still utilizing a burning barrel. My personal preference is that in a hamlet, it may not be the best place anymore just because of the neighbors. I mean, if you throw up your regular household garbage in there and it's wet, it becomes a stinky mess. And especially if people are so inclined to burn plastic, it's even worse. You know, there is that time where we have the smoke drifting across and you can smell it. I know that it's awful. It's sickening. I mean, I don't know. It might be the first step to us banning burning altogether. But if you are burning in a barrel, I know.
Not trying to take away burn barrels by any means.
No, I know, but that might, like, we have got some feedback that would be something we would look at. Yeah, so
In a hamlet, the wind's always blowing one direction.
yeah, and you always got some,
Surrounded by neighbors.
yeah.
You can't time it where it's not disturbing someone.
Times have changed, and I think maybe in a hamlet, your time would be done in a burn barrel. I don't know, what do you hamlet people? I don't have one in my area.
I do agree. I don't ever see any in the hamlets I've been around. I don't see them burn because the waste transfer sites, people utilize them very well, but
That's maybe a consideration, is because Red Willow and Nevis would be our only two hamlets that don't have a very proximate transfer station.
So my suggestion would be, why not post this on the webpage for public feedback, put in some council's proposed changes, and see what the public says.
And I think too that burning barrels should not be allowed in hamlets, because I know we used to have a discussion at home that someone would start the burning barrel just before someone else had to work in the yard. That didn't go over well, so now we have this little system where it doesn't happen because it is gross and it's, I don't know. And when you got that many homes in close proximity, there's always going to be somebody smelling this burning garbage. So I definitely think hamlets is not a place for a burning barrel.
when we talk about fees and costs, and there's certain places where you have to go back to and go back to and go back to because people are burning and when there's a fire ban on. I honestly think maybe our escalation has to go up more than what we're talking here right now, because it could, you know, especially, I guess if we send the fire department out, they could get a bill for that, or do they get a bill for that? But it's got to reflect it, because we have to take this seriously, or why do we put burning bans on?
They would get charged for the fire department going out.
Yeah.
But didn't want to be in here asking for forgiveness.
Yeah.
One of the things that I personally think should happen in the people that are burning during a fire ban is we should publicly announce their names. Honestly, because if you are that, excuse my language, effing stupid to do that, you should get slapped. Personally, that's my personal opinion, not as a counselor, but I can talk personally on that point. As a counselor, I would use different terms.
You mellow it out.
Yeah.
But every fire ban, we have this discussion over and over and over again, and a lot of times it's repeat offenders.
It is, you're right.
Yeah, that's.
We have signs everywhere.
I know.
We see more repeat offenders with regard to burning without a fire permit or burning contrary to the terms of our fire permits. But yeah, every once in a while you get a repeat offender for the fire ban, and usually it's called 911, not our peace officers, which means we are tying up valuable emergency services resources. That, yeah, I'm not a particular
And
big fan.
we've made it so easy to get a burn permit in this county. Like, really, we have. I mean, we have worked very hard to make it very accessible for people. I mean, yeah, I think you could get a burn permit from your phone now, could you not?
You have to actually call in, but you'll get it.
Yeah, your phone.
Phone in.
You could do it you could make the application online and then phone in, right?
You basically just walk it through online or over the phone. We don't have an online portal for applying yet. And the reason we've done that is because we always want to, or always we're very keen on verifying the land location was not just either A, wrong because people make typos, they get it wrong, or B, was the spot you were actually burning, not just, well, I remember the home quarter because I know that for 911, but I know 3 miles of it in the pasture, right? So, but I mean, with direction from council, we could maybe broaden that up and make fire permits, yeah, even more accessible, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's, I do think it regards
Somebody over there too.
Councilor Grover and Councilor Pender.
I think there's quite a difference between a brush pile that you burnt, buried it, and it flared up the next year versus somebody just going to the county and going ahead and burning. I think there should be 2 penalties there, a little different if you want.
Yeah, and in a situation where it's a, you know, a buried burn pit from a prior permitted burn, we've never issued fines or removed the cap for charges.
I got 2 burning permits myself last year and never did use the one I told them I didn't. And the other one I told them I did. 2 feet of snow, middle of a slough. I pushed up snow around it with the tractor. It wasn't going, it wasn't going anywhere. Could have just went ahead and burned it, but when you can phone in, get a permit, that's a great deal.
Councilor Pender?
On 4.3, can council issue a burning?
You can, and that actually comes, and of course, I never want to.
Your fire guardian.
Yeah, I never want to duplicate legislation. Just like we removed duplicated legislation out of some of our other bylaws earlier today, under the Forest Prairie Protection Act is what empowers you as fire guardians to be able to issue permits. And so that's where you see the language where a fire permit issued under the FPPA shall be considered a fire permit at 4.2. So everything issued under the FPPA shall be deemed for all purposes to be a fire permit issued pursuant to this bylaw.
I would suggest you don't do that.
But that's also.
Unless you've got a good,
Forward,
good insurance company.
get a permit also.
Yeah,
Or on their behalf.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. So the 2 sort of components to where the fire guardians or the fire permits under the FPPA get to be a little troublesome with our system specifically is firstly, you don't necessarily have the list of conditions that they should be following because it's up to the person issuing the permit. It's their authority to issue conditions. We have a standard list of conditions we use. We want councilors to also be imposing the same conditions. But then consequently as well, we want to get it into our digital system. So if somebody driving by sees the fire, calls 911, we see it on the map and we know we can call the guy and find out, you know, are you the only smoker around? So it's, you know, if we were to open up the system a little further such that you could get a fire permit, submit it online, and it could be, you know, approved by administration from our phones kind of thing, then perhaps that would be an ideal way to address it, and you guys wouldn't ever be in a situation where like ratepayer had to rely on you for a fire permit.
That's just a path, just for them to do it.
That, yeah, it just makes sure that it gets into our system and gets our conditions.
The onus is definitely on them, instead of one of us saying, oh shit, we're about to.
Yeah.
Yesterday coming from the east or the west of Stettler, sometimes our youth pay more attention to things than adults. I have 2 grandsons with me. They couldn't have a fire for quite some time up a campfire. And Grandpa, there's a fire in town. Grandpa, and I said, it's probably the train, kind of the angle we were coming, but it was on town property that falls within the town of Stettler, but south of Stettler. And a pretty good fire. So but kids do notice that stuff. And why can they have a fire and we couldn't even have like a fire like that and we couldn't even have a fire? It was good. I thought I said, that's a good question, but it's 2 different jurisdictions, yeah.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too, this changes nothing for the villages either. They do have bylaws that are similar to ours in that they allow for fire bans and they restrict the issuance of fireworks permits. But they are separate bylaws and they designate their authority their way. I will suggest to them as we're looking at developing modernized agreements with them, that they should probably consider some of the same changes we've made, as in appointing their CAO or designate as the person having control. That way, regardless of what happens, they can quickly pivot and say, okay, either the county fire chief is going to have the authority to put a fire ban in the village of Nile, for example, or going to keep it with the CAO and the fire chief will just advise me. They can do it their way.
So, Mr. Chairman, going forward, we can talk this to death. We can either go first reading as is with amendments coming at the second reading, or we can put out a little bit of advertising and bring it back to committee of the whole. I'm thinking we put a little bit of advertising and bring it back to committee of the whole. What?
We can do both, really. You can give it first reading and then we'll delay second reading until August.
First reading, and we'll delay second reading till we hear back and any public, and everybody will get a chance to think on it.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried.
Thought it was gonna be an easy one, did you, Andrew?
Oh, no, I figured that because I actually had questions for you on this one.
And really good discussion.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Chief Administrative Officer's report, page 51 of the package. Everybody's reviewed it. Have they asked their questions already? Council Stewart?
Yeah, I will move the CAO's report.
Any questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Financial reports, accounts payable registered June 30th, 2023. Bank reconciliations up to May 31st, 2023. Reserves to May 31st, 2023. And year-to-date budget. And that would be pages 97 to 118. Any questions on that weren't sent in already?
I got a response back from Chris online.
Yeah, okay, that's all I'll do. Councilor,
My apology. Oh, never mind, Mr. Chairman. I'll bring it up. I'll bring it back to administration.
Councilor Stoll?
I'll move the financials as presented.
Any other questions? I'll call it. All in favor? Did you have a question, Paul, or you ready?
No, I was voting in favor.
Okay, Councilor fee sheets, 12.3, page 119 of our package. Councilor Stettler?
I forgot to put one down, I believe it was for May the 29th.
That's it. Two gone. You're too bad.
Corrected next.
Put it on the next one. What was May the 29th?
I think that was the dog.
Councilor Stevens?
With the addition, I'll move that we approve Councilor.
You still have your hand up, Councilor General? Yeah.
Mr. Stevens, on for that one doctor recruitment, you had not put any time in on that one. The rest of us had.
I did build the date at a previous meeting.
I found it very important meeting that I believe that we should be justified on that one there.
Mr. Who made the motion?
With the additions,
I'm good.
you took time out, and I just find that that meeting was very important. It was very informative.
I understand what you're saying.
Want to do the rest on the floor?
The last thing I want to do is discourage evening meetings, and I know I'm the anomaly, but.
You charge mileage.
They charge mileage.
Yeah, I do think from a mileage basis and stuff, we have to have a discussion at committee of the whole and just try to get it figured out so everybody's consistent, yeah. Because vehicles do cost quite a bit to run down the roads and just so that we are consistent. Okay, we have a motion on the table. Call question, all in favor? Carried. Council committee reports. We have Stettler Public Library, the May and June meetings, Doctor Recruitment, the June 2023 meeting, and Stettler FCSS Counselor Stillberg addition. It's in the additions package, page 6. Was there any questions or any clarification on any of those? Counselor Stillberg?
I would just like to highlight on the FCSS one, Stettler and District FCSS is celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, and they're actually doing it on Thursday, July 27th, which is the actual date they were officially founded in 50 years prior. And they're having an open house type thing, and I guess the street will be blocked off to the north side of the FCSS building, and there'll be a lunch and everything, so everybody's welcome to attend that one.
Mr. Chairman, I think they're inviting you to speak at it actually, so I think, yeah, it's an important one for everybody. If you can make it, that'd be great.
Any questions on that? Councilor Gender? You accept me for information? Sure. Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried.
I think it's right at noon.
I think it goes from noon to 4, doesn't it? I think the speeches will be at 3 o'clock or something. If I remember right, somewhere like that.
I'm not sure. But
We'll let you know. We'll send, I think we did it.
Oh, it's on the calendar. 4 till 7. That's what the calendar says.
Yeah. I think I sent it out. I forwarded that email on.
Can you,
If it's changed, would you send it out again?
or Nikki can get it clarified.
It's in Reed Park's calendar, 5 to 7 feet on 1 to 5.
That's what it is. Okay.
1 to 5 is dropping.
1 to 5 is dropping.
So, but if that's the case, like the talks, like the readings and stuff will be from 5 to 7. I did forward it.
It says 5 PM address from Mayor Reeve and Executive Director.
There, sent to everybody.
Okay, consent agenda items. Is there anything on the consent agenda items that need to be brought? More than for people to review? The additions were Stettler District Musical Festival, thank you, and Stettler Health Services Foundation Festival Lights Purchase update, what they bought. Councilor Stevens?
Do we want to give a letter of support to the special areas on their consent agenda item?
Which we voted on.
We wrote a letter, but not.
Yeah, I think in this one, we should probably follow up with something pretty similar to theirs. Which one was that? 13.8.
Bring that forward to write a letter of support. Direct that through administration. Motion. I guess I've got a motion to do that, so we'll do that first. I'll call the question, all in favor? And the rest, Councilor Brown? You'll
Yeah, sure.
give the motion to accept the information.
Yep.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Our next step is the in-camera session. Do we have to go through each topic, Andrew, or it's listed on the?
Yeah, I mean, as listed is fine. There are no deviations from the reasons, and they'll be in the minutes as well.
I have a motion. Okay,
Moving camera.
okay. All in favor? That will be carried. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that county number 6, counter with an offer for sale of Plan 0821859 Block 3, Lot 16 for 12,000 plus GST, subject to conditions. That are notifiable.
okay. Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor McCabe, opposed? Okay. I will move the council directs administration to send a letter to the Gadsby Ball Association regarding the end of their lease. Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried.
I'll make the motion that the council directs administration to send a letter to the town of Stettler regarding the hiring of a manager of regional fire services.
Questions? Call the question. All in favor? It's carried.
I will make a motion that we instruct administration to send a letter regarding funding for the that our council directs send a letter to the local medical clinic detailing the advocacy efforts of the RMA with regard to potential funding for nurse practitioners.
Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Next meeting is Wednesday, August 9th, 2023.
So, Mr. Chairman, should we make a note that we are not, for all councillors, not going to have an Ag Service Board meeting or an MPC meeting this month?
Or a committee of the whole for that matter.
Or we already know about the committee of the whole because we're, but both David and I don't have anything on our agenda.
Nothing important.
So
Or nothing that needed turning.
if anything comes up for MPC, they said they would instruct us by email, but so far it's nothing pressing.
And
And what?
I was just wondering, the meeting tomorrow is for employees only, or is that a staff thing too, or a council thing too?
The joint worksite health and safety is the traditional committee meeting of staff members.
Okay, good. For some reason, I got some kind of a.
Yeah, we all get the update.
Okay, no, good.
I asked the question what it stood for.
Okay, so then Councilor Grover had his hand up for the item number 16, which would be adjourned.
We're out of here.